Tonight's story begins with a quiet contradiction. It is the story of a monk who has spent years in prayer, discipline, and silence, and still cannot sleep. Not because the monastery is restless, not because the night is harsh, but because somewhere inside him, a part of the heart is still waiting for a single sentence it may never hear. He is waiting to be forgiven. And as long as he waits for that forgiveness to arrive in exactly the right form, peace remains just beyond reach. So tonight, if you are carrying regret, unfinished words, or some old sorrow that still stands at the edge of your thoughts, let this story keep you company. It is a story about guilt, apology, memory, and the gentler kind of release that begins when we stop asking life for a perfect answer. Come with me now to a quiet monastery on the mountain where the bell has already sounded, the pines, and one monk is still awake. Chapter 1. The Night Bell. There was a monk in the hill monastery who had forgotten how to sleep. The others said it gently, never in front of him and never with mockery. They said it in the way people speak about a lamp that has begun to burn through its own oil, or a tree that still stands but no longer receives enough rain. Brother Sadhan did all the things a monk was meant to do. He woke before dawn. He folded his robe with care. He swept the stone paths before the sun touched them. He lowered his eyes when speaking. He listened when the old abbot taught from the sutras. He walked for alms with measured steps. He ate what was placed in his bowl. He smiled when smiling was needed. But each night, when the long wooden bell sounded and the temple loosened itself into silence, sleep did not come. The others lay beneath their thin blankets and drifted into the mercy of dreams. The young novices twitched once, twice, then became still. A soft chorus of breathing entered the hall beyond the paper screens. The pines rubbed their dark sleeves against one another in the mountain wind. Sadhan remained awake. He would lie on his back at first, palms resting at the lower belly the way he had once been taught. He would count 10 breaths, then begin again. He would follow the coolness entering his nostrils and the small thread of warmth leaving them. He would relax his jaw, his tongue, his brow. He would listen to the small shifting of night creatures under the eaves. And then, without fail, the face would return. Not fully, never fully. Only the left side at first. A cheek lit by afternoon light. A mouth that had almost begun to speak. Eyes that held surprise more than anger. Then the memory would widen. A courtyard from long ago. A bowl broken on hard stone. The smell of rain and wet earth. His own younger voice, sharpened by pride. The older monk before him, quiet as a pond. A silence that should have been respected. a sentence spoken into that silence once and never again repairable. Each night, Sadin waited for the same impossible thing. He waited for forgiveness. It had been many years since he had left the valley of his birth, many years since he had taken vows, many years since the man he had wronged died without ever sending word, without summoning him back, without one final look that could be translated into pardon. Still, Sadin waited. At night, he waited as though forgiveness were a late traveler who might yet appear on the mountain path, carrying a lantern. He waited as though one more season of discipline, one more winter of restraint, one more spring of humble service might somehow persuade the past to open its shut hand. The temple around him was kind, but kindness did not quiet him. There were 82 steps from the sleeping hall to the small kitchen. On sleepless nights, he counted them with his bare feet. There were 19 cedar beams in the meditation hall ceiling. He knew each crack in the lacquer, each knot in the wood. He knew where moonlight fell in the 9th hour of the night, and how the water in the courtyard basin smelled when frost was about to come. He knew these things because he was awake to learn them. The monastery stood on a shoulder of mountain where mists often came before dawn and remained until mid-morning, wandering through the trees like patient ghosts. Moss climbed the stone lanterns. Rain gathered in the seams of the path. In autumn, the maples burned scarlet against the gray roof tiles. In winter, the bells sounded lonelier. In summer, cicadas filled the afternoon so completely that silence seemed impossible until evening arrived and opened its blue hands. Sadin loved this place with the gratitude of a man who had once expected never again to belong anywhere. Yet each night his body stiffened against rest, as if some hidden gate in him remained barred. He did not fear ghosts, nor thieves, nor illness. He feared one thing only, that he had built his whole spiritual life around an unopened door. On the 7th night of the 9th month, when the moon was nearly full and the wind had turned cool enough to carry the scent of pine bark and distant water, Sadhin rose from his mat before the second watch had ended. He crossed the sleeping hall with the care of one stepping through another person's dream. Outside, the courtyard stones held a pale wash of moonlight. The basin at the center reflected a broken circle. Somewhere in the dark, a bamboo pipe tipped and knocked against rock, slow and hollow as it filled and emptied itself. The sound came at long intervals, like a reminder. Sadin stood beneath the persimmon tree and felt the cold enter his sleeves. Then he heard another sound, the dry whisper of straw sandals on stone. He turned and saw the abbot. Master Jinan was not a dramatic man. He did not appear out of darkness like a figure in a tale. He simply emerged from the colonnade with a lantern in one hand and a folded shawl over the other arm, as though he had expected the night to contain exactly this meeting. "You are awake again," the old man said. Sadin bowed. "Yes, master." The abbot held out the shawl. "Then at least do not be awake and cold." Sadin accepted it and wrapped it around his shoulders. It smelled faintly of cedar and smoke. For a while they listened to the bamboo knock. Then Master Jinan asked, "Are you waiting for sleep or for something that sleep refuses to cross?" The question was simple. That made it difficult. Sadin lowered his gaze to the stone at his feet. He had spoken about practice, diligence, distraction, even bodily fatigue. He had never spoken the true thing aloud within these walls, but the mountain night was wide, and the abbot's voice had no edge in it. "At first," Sadin said quietly, "I thought I was waiting for peace, then I thought I was waiting for time to soften what I had done. Lately, I think I am waiting for a man who died years ago to forgive me." Master Jinan did not answer at once. The bamboo filled, tipped, struck the stone. "When forgiveness does not come," the abbot said, "many people make a second home. Inside, waiting. It can seem holier than grief, more faithful than acceptance." Sadin felt something in his chest tighten. "Is it wrong to wait?" "No." The old man lifted the lantern slightly. "But it is lonely work. And sometimes it becomes a way of refusing the road that is actually under your feet." Sadin swallowed. "What road is that?" Master Jinan looked toward the mountain gate where the shadow of the path disappeared between pines. "The one that leads back," he said. Chapter 2. Before the Robe. Long before he was Brother Sadin, he had been simply Ren, son of a lacquerer, born beside a river that flooded each spring and left silver fish gasping in the reeds. His village lay in a low valley where sound traveled far. In summer, one could hear women washing cloth at the stream from fields half a mile away. In winter, the chopping of wood moved across the snow as if the cold itself carried it. There were mulberry trees near the road, a tea house with a roof that always leaned slightly to the left, and a narrow shrine beneath an old ginkgo, where travelers sometimes left coins, sometimes flowers, and sometimes only their weariness. Ren's mother died before his voice had settled into a man's register. His father grew quieter after that, though not unkind. Their house smelled of sap, wet wood, and lacquer warmed over charcoal. Ren learned early that beautiful surfaces demanded patience. The first coat, then waiting, sanding, then waiting. Another coat thin as breath, then waiting again. He hated waiting. He was quick-handed and quick-minded and proud of both. When other boys hesitated, he answered. When elders spoke in half-veiled instruction, he preferred directness. He admired monks in a distant way, but he found stillness suspicious. To him, silence often looked like weakness, or else like an accusation made without proper courage. At 17, he was sent to deliver a chest of lacquer bowls to the house of a provincial official. On the return journey, the autumn rain trapped him near a temple he had passed many times but never entered. It was not a grand temple. No famous relics were kept there. No pilgrims climbed mountains to reach it. It sat at the edge of terraced fields, modest, clean, its gate weathered by wind. A bell hung beneath a beam blackened by years of smoke. The rain on its roof was so steady and unhurried that Ren, who had spent his whole youth straining toward the next thing, paused beneath the eaves and felt for the first time that haste might not always be a form of intelligence. An older monk invited him in, offered tea, and gave him a towel for his hair. The monk's name was Genyu. Ren remembered his hands first. They were broad, a little scarred, the hands of someone who worked more than he discoursed. Genyu spoke with the calm attention of a man placing stones across a stream, not so that he could display the stones, but so another might cross without falling. While the rain thickened outside, they drank roasted barley tea that smelled faintly of warm grain and smoke. Water dropped from Ren's sleeves onto the floorboards. He apologized. Genyu smiled and placed a cloth there without comment. Young people apologize to the floor more easily than to themselves, the monk said. Ren laughed. How would one apologize to oneself? By noticing what one keeps stepping on. At the time, Ren found the answer interesting but vague. Yet he returned the next week with a small gift of pears from his father's tree. After that, he returned whenever errands allowed. Genyu never tried to recruit him. That may have been one reason Ren kept coming. Sometimes they swept leaves. Sometimes they repaired a fence. Sometimes they sat in the side garden where the gravel had been raked into broad lines. And Genyu would tell a story not to prove a doctrine, but to place a feeling beside another feeling until something in Ren could compare them quietly. When Ren boasted, Genyu did not scold. When Ren argued, Genyu did not harden. This irritated him at first. He preferred victory or defeat, a clean impact. But Genyu's patience was of another order. It did not retreat, it remained. Once, after Ren had spent an hour explaining why certain villagers were fools and one local scholar a fraud, Genyu only asked, "When you leave a room, does your mind become quieter, or does it continue speaking in your absence?" Ren had no answer. His father noticed the change before he named it. "You are going to the temple again," the older man said one evening while polishing a tray by lamplight. "Yes." "Do you plan to shave your head and abandon me?" The question was half teasing, half true. Ren looked at the grain of the table. "I don't know what I plan." His father wiped the tray with slow circles of cloth. Then do not mistake gratitude for destiny. A person can love a place without belonging to it forever. Ren remembered that sentence much later because he did in fact mistake gratitude for destiny, or perhaps destiny for escape. At 19, after his father died of a winter fever that burned through the valley and left smoke rising from too many chimneys, Ren found the village suddenly unbearable in its intimacy. Every lane held an absence. Every neighbor's kindness opened his grief wider. The house where he had grown up seemed full of unfinished gestures. A cup set aside, a knife left near the cutting board, thread wound but unused. He went to the temple and sat before Genyu in the side garden until evening cooled the stones. "I would like to ordain," he said. Genyu studied him with those steady eyes that always made lying feel cumbersome. "Would you like to awaken?" the monk asked. "Or would you like a form of life where no one expects you to want what has been taken from you?" Ren felt anger flash because the question landed too near the center. "Can it not be both?" he said. "It can," Genyu answered. "That is why people must be careful." Even then, Genyu did not refuse him. He only made him wait through winter, then spring, then the first heat of summer. Ren learned chanting, chores, discipline, and the long friction between sincerity and vanity. He learned how much of his mind was made of noise. He learned that humility could also be a disguised ambition if one wanted to be admired for it. When he was finally ordained, his head newly shaved and the robe rough against his skin, Genyu gave him his Dharma name, Sadhin, one who practices steadiness. The irony of it made Genyu smile, though softly. "You do not yet know how to stay," the older monk said. Sadhin bowed. "Then I will learn." "Perhaps," Genyu said. "Or perhaps life will teach you by showing what happens when you do not." At the time, the young monk heard only blessing. He did not hear warning. Chapter 3. The Sentence That Could Not Be Gathered Back. The temple where Sadhin began his training was poor in money and rich in weather. In spring, the path became a ribbon of mud. In summer, the air trembled above the fields, and the wood of the buildings swelled against itself. In autumn, the persimmons ripened in orange lanterns over the courtyard. In winter, even the water bucket beside the well wore a skin of ice before dawn. Life there was repetitive in the way that a stream is repetitive. Never exactly the same, yet always itself. Bell, bow, sweep, wash, chant, walk, eat, work, sit, sleep, rise. The order was not glamorous enough to impress anyone who imagined spiritual life as pure illumination. It was closer to mending nets, stacking wood, cleaning soot from lamps. Genyu moved through this life without performance. If someone praised his wisdom, he changed the subject. If someone criticized his plain speech, he thanked them for sparing him ornament. He once spent 3 hours patching a novice's torn work robe because, he said, a child with a cold back hears no sutra. Sadhan loved him, though at the time he would not have used so tender a word. He thought of it instead as reverence, loyalty, devotion to the path. But under those names there was love, with all its dependence and fear. Years passed. Sadhan proved disciplined, intelligent, and capable. He remembered teachings quickly. He worked hard. He could sit long hours with fewer complaints than others his age. Visitors praised his bearing. Donors sometimes left temple grounds saying that younger monk has presence. Praise is a sweet powder. It settles silently. Little by little, Sadhan began to imagine himself not merely as a student, but as someone already becoming what others sought. He did not say this aloud, not even to himself, but certain thoughts grew in him like roots beneath stone. When Genyu corrected him, a private resistance began. When Genyu assigned him ordinary chores instead of visible responsibilities, he felt unseen. When the older monk gave more patient attention to a clumsy novice than to him, Sadhan told himself, it did not matter. At 27, after nearly a decade in robes, he had the kind of composure that causes others to assume peace. Inside, however, something restless still strained against being ordinary. The incident itself was small enough that another person might have forgotten it by the next week. That was part of its cruelty. It happened on a late summer afternoon, hot and still. Cicadas screamed from the trees. The novices had returned from the stream carrying water. A donor family was expected before evening. Sadhan had spent the day organizing the shrine hall, polishing metal offering bowls until they reflected streaks of light. One novice, nervous and sweating, stumbled in the courtyard and dropped a tray of lacquer bowls newly delivered from the valley. The sound was sharp, startling, intimate. One bowl cracked cleanly in two. Another chipped at the rim. The novice stood frozen, eyes already wet. Sadhan turned at the sound and felt anger rise in him faster than thought. It was not only about the bowls. It was the heat, the donor visit, the weeks of feeling underused, the private hunger to be recognized as the one who held things together. The novice's mistake seemed to expose all the fragility he had tried to arrange into order. Before he could speak, Genyu stepped into the courtyard. The older monk looked at the broken bowls, then at the boy. "No one is hurt," he said. The novice bowed repeatedly, apologies spilling out. Sadhan heard his own voice enter the space like a blade. "If no one is hurt," he said, "it is only because no one relies on him for anything important." The courtyard fell still. The boy's face drained. Genyu turned. There was no anger in the older monk's expression. That would have been easier. There was only an alert sadness, as if he had heard a beloved instrument suddenly go out of tune. "Sadhan," he said. That should have been enough. But shame, when witnessed, sometimes disguises itself as certainty. Sadin bowed, though stiffly. If discipline means anything, then care must mean something too. We patch, polish, repair, prepare, and one careless hand undoes it. Then we call that compassion. The novice trembled. One of the cracked bowl halves spun slightly before settling. Genyu knelt and began gathering the broken pieces. "What are you doing?" Sadin said. "Protecting what can still be held," the older monk replied. Something in that answer and in the act itself struck directly at Sadin's pride. The older monk had not argued doctrine. He had not defended the novice with rhetoric. He had simply turned away from the drama Sadin was making and bent toward what was broken. And because Sadin was still too ruled by the self, he thought he had transcended. He said the sentence that would follow him into every sleepless year afterward. "Perhaps," he said, "if you had taught less softness, there would be less to gather." The cicadas seemed suddenly far away. Genyu remained kneeling. One hand rested on a bowl fragment dark with lacquer, the other on his own robe. He lifted his head slowly. The boy stared at Sadin as though seeing him for the first time. No one moved. Then Genyu stood, placed the broken pieces on the tray, and said very quietly, "Go cool your mind by the well." Not to the novice, to Sadhin. It was a merciful instruction. It gave him a path out. It preserved his dignity before witnesses. He should have bowed and obeyed. Instead, he said, "If truth embarrasses us, is the embarrassment not part of the teaching?" That was the moment, not the first sentence, but the second. The one that arrived after warning, the one fully chosen. Genyu looked at him for a long breath. Then he inclined his head, not in agreement, but in weary acknowledgement of what had happened. "Go," he said. Sadin went. By the well he waited for righteous feeling to console him. It did not. Only heat came and the smell of wet rope and a little tremor at the base of his throat that he refused to name. He told himself the older monk would call for him after evening chanting. He would be corrected. He would apologize. The matter would settle. But Genyu did not call. At supper, the older monk's face was calm. During chanting, his voice did not waver. After night meditation, he retired early with what another monk said was sudden chest pain. He was dead by dawn. The temple physician from the village said it had likely been the heart, already weakened, perhaps for months. Nothing could have been done. Nothing could have been done. Many truths are unbearable, not because they are false, but because they fail to cancel what we feel. No one blamed Sadin directly. That made it worse. No one said, "You killed him." They said, "The body is uncertain." They said, "Causes are many." They said, "Do not cling to superstition." They said Master Genyu's heart had been failing since the winter cough. All of this may have been true. Yet Sadin remembered the older monk kneeling in the courtyard, gathering broken pieces while receiving his students' contempt. He remembered that last quiet "go." He remembered never saying, "Forgive me." The words remained in him like a sealed letter. After the funeral rites, after the mourning chants, after the ashes were placed in a small white vessel, Sadin endured 3 more months at the temple. Then one morning, without drama, he requested transfer to a mountain monastery known for stricter practice. Some said it would be good for him, some said nothing. The novice, whose face had filled with tears in the courtyard, bowed when Sadin departed. The bow was proper, nothing in it invited closeness. Sadin bowed back and began the long road upward into a different life. He told himself he was going deeper into discipline. He did not yet understand that he was also taking his unopened letter with him. Chapter 4. Years of Waiting. The mountain monastery accepted him without interest in his drama. This was one of its hidden kindnesses. No one there cared that he had been praised in another temple. No one knew the shape of his remorse. They needed hands to carry water, shoulders to lift rice sacks, knees to kneel on cold wood, a back to bend over winter firewood. The mountain took him in the way weather takes in a stone, completely, without commentary. In his first year there, Sadin welcomed severity. The mornings began in darkness. Frost silvered the steps. The air cut his lungs. The bells sounded harder in thin mountain cold than in the valley. He sat long hours until his legs burned and his spine trembled. He copied sutras by dim lamplight until characters blurred. He scrubbed pots blackened by soot. He split kindling until his palms blistered. He walked the steep path to the spring with buckets that left red grooves in his skin. Pain can look like purification to someone eager to balance hidden accounts. At first he slept from exhaustion. Then the dreams began. In one dream he arrived back at the old temple, but every door opened onto an empty room. In another he crossed the courtyard carrying the broken bowls, only to find they were full again and unbroken, yet too hot to hold. In a third, Genyu stood at the gate with his traveling staff, not looking angry, only patient, as though waiting for Sadin to remember something obvious. He woke with his heartbeat hammering. Then, gradually, even dreams left him. He lay awake instead, alert to every creak, every shift of mountain wind. Sometimes he heard an owl, sometimes rain began and ended before midnight. Sometimes snow fell so quietly, it seemed the whole world had decided not to disturb anyone. Still, he did not sleep. By day, he became more polished. Others called him steady. He was assigned to mentor younger monks in work discipline, then in chanting. He learned how to speak gently when others erred, perhaps too gently. as if the softness itself might repair something elsewhere. He never raised his voice in anger. He never again shamed a novice. He gave away the warmer blanket when a newcomer coughed through winter. The monastery respected him. Respect did not heal him. Years made him careful in all visible ways. Inside, one belief remained unchanged, though he rarely said it even inwardly. Rest would come only when forgiveness came first. So the hidden bargain shaped his life. Every act of service leaned secretly toward that horizon. He was not merely sweeping. He was trying to become pardonable. He was not merely bowing. He was rehearsing apology before an absent judge. This is how the mind can turn even spiritual labor into bargaining. The mountain seasons passed through him. He learned the smell of the kitchen before rice was cooked, when the big iron pot only held water warming over flame. He learned the exact hour in late spring when frogs at the lower pond began their evening chorus. He learned how incense differed in rainy weather, the smoke hanging lower, its sandalwood sweetness thickened by damp air. He learned that old cedar floors sighed beneath bare feet just before dawn because the night chill tightened them. He learned the names of herbs the infirmarian dried in the rafters. He learned how to wrap a robe so that cold could not find the spine. He learned which novice would cry the first week and which one would pretend not to until the second. He learned how loneliness moves differently in the old than in the young. He learned everything, it seemed, except how to stop waiting. At 42, he walked to a neighboring temple known for an annual memorial service and quietly inquired whether any records remained of Master Genyu's descendants, if any there were, or relatives in the valley. He told himself he sought only to make an offering in the old man's name. The records were incomplete. A flood had damaged one archive. Another had burned in a storehouse fire. A clerk remembered hearing that Genyu had entered temple life young and left little family trace. Sadin returned to the mountain with a packet of incense and a disappointment that embarrassed him by its intensity. At 46, he traveled with a supply caravan to the valley province where he had once lived, taking permission under the pretext of delivering letters and medicine. He did not visit the old temple. He could not. Instead, he stopped at tea houses and wayside shrines, asking after those who might remember its former residents. An innkeeper remembered the temple roof. A widow remembered a monk with kind hands who used to bless children during fever season. A carpenter believed the old buildings had partially collapsed and later been rebuilt. A farmer said all old stories change owners eventually. No one could give him what he wanted. By 50, his sleeplessness had become part of his identity in small, hidden ways. He volunteered for the late watch. He rose before the first bell because he was already awake. If anyone noticed the shadows beneath his eyes, they attributed them to age or diligence. a healer in the valley, offered herbs for rest. But Sadhan declined after one trial, unsettled by the heaviness they brought without peace. He began sitting in the courtyard at night under the persimmon tree. Fruit would ripen above him in autumn and fall one by one with soft, decisive thuds. He came to know the moon as a companion that never asked him to explain himself. On clear nights, the stars over the mountain were sharp enough to look cold. On clouded nights, the darkness felt close and bodily, as if the sky itself had bent down to listen. Sometimes, in those hours, he imagined what forgiveness would look like if it arrived. A dream, perhaps, in which Genyu smiled, a stranger at the gate bearing some final message from the valley, a passage in scripture suddenly bright with permission, or simply a night in which sleep came naturally without struggle, and he would wake understanding that the debt had been canceled somewhere beyond thought. But years passed, and no such sign appeared. Master Jinin had become abbot during those same years. He was younger than Genyu had been when he died, but already old in the manner of mountain men, weathered, lean, patient, his humor dry as winter bamboo. He observed more than he commented on. Sadhan served under him faithfully. The abbot never pressed where a person's inner life had locked itself, until the night under the persimmon tree. After saying that waiting could become a second home, Master Jinin did not command. He simply looked toward the gate and named the road back. For 3 days afterward, nothing more was said. This too was a kindness. Sadhin noticed his own mind resisting. Why go back now? What could be found? The temple might be gone. Anyone who remembered him might be dead. The valley might have changed beyond recognition. And even if some trace remained, what then? An apology to empty air? Tears before strangers? A performative pilgrimage? Arranged too late? Still, the idea did not leave. It entered his chores. While washing rice, he thought of the valley stream. While mending a hem, he thought of the cloth Genyu had placed beneath the tea drips years ago. While hearing a novice recite sutras with earnest errors, he remembered the boy in the courtyard and the bowl spinning on stone. On the 4th evening, after supper, he went to the abbot's room. The room was plain, one lamp, one low table, one kettle breathing a little steam. Outside, rain moved through the pines. Sadhin bowed and remained bowed. "I would like permission," he said, "to travel down from the mountain for a time." Master Jinin poured tea into 2 cups. "For supplies? For a grave that may not be there, for a temple that may no longer know my name, for words that should have been spoken before my beard turned white." The abbot slid 1 cup toward him. "Then yes," he said. "Go before another winter teaches you the same lesson more slowly." Sadhan lifted his cup with both hands. "What if I find nothing?" he asked. Master Jinin blew gently on his tea. "You have already found nothing," he said. You have lived with it for many years. The journey is not toward certainty, it is toward honesty. Chapter 5. The Road Down the Mountain. He left at first light 3 mornings later. A novice tied his traveling bundle with more enthusiasm than skill. The kitchen monk tucked 2 rice cakes wrapped in leaves into his sleeve, as if smuggling tenderness past monastic formality. Master Jinan gave him a walking staff polished smooth by many hands. "Return before the mountain forgets your footstep," the abbot said. Sadhan almost smiled. "Does the mountain forget?" "It forgives," the old man said. "Different matter." Mist lay thick on the lower path. Pine needles darkened the stones. Water dripped from moss and gathered at the edges of the trail in clear beads. The world smelled of wet bark, earth, and the faint mineral sharpness that rises from rock after night rain. Sadhan descended slowly, more from age than caution, though he told himself it was both. The staff clicked against stone. Birdsong came and went like brief visitors. Once, from deeper in the forest, he heard deer moving through undergrowth with that soft, decisive rustle large animals make when they prefer not to be seen. At the first ridge turn he looked back. The monastery roof was already veiled by mist. It seemed both near and impossible, as places of refuge often do once one has stepped away from them. By midday, the trail widened into a road used by charcoal burners and villagers carrying tea, salt, lamp oil, and gossip between settlements. Sadhan walked among them as one more traveler in patched robes, unremarkable, except perhaps for the depth of his quiet. Travel reintroduced him to human variety, which monastic life can soften around the edges. A peddler with a bent hat complained cheerfully for 2 miles about taxes. 2 sisters carrying woven baskets argued over whether plums kept better in ceramic or wood. A little boy in red sleeves asked Sadhan if monks ever dreamed of meat. His grandmother apologized. Sadhan said, "Not often, but when we do, the meat usually speaks." And the child laughed so hard he almost dropped his chestnuts. These small exchanges loosened something in him. Not relief exactly, more like the unsealing of a room long closed. He spent the first night at a wayside temple where the resident priest coughed in his sleep and kept 3 half-wild cats who ruled the kitchen. Rain tapped the shutters, the bedding smelled of sun-dried straw and old soap. Sadhan expected another long waking. Instead, he slept for perhaps 1 hour just before dawn. The sleep was shallow and dreamless, but when he woke, he knew at once that something had shifted. Not resolved, only shifted. The body had crossed a threshold the mind had not authorized. He sat up in the dimness and listened to one cat pawing at the kitchen door. He almost wept from the strangeness of having disappeared, however briefly, into unconsciousness. On the second day, the road passed through fields of late rice, pale gold and bowed with grain, Dragonflies hovered above irrigation channels. Farmers bent and straightened, bent and straightened, their straw hats moving through the brightness like small boats. With each mile, the valley of his youth grew less mythical and more physical. The smell of river mud, the flat hum of insects over reeds, mulberry leaves turning dusty green, the particular slope of tiled roofs in villages where rain came sideways during storm season. Memory did not return in a single flood. It came in layers like cloth being unfolded. At a roadside tea stall, he tasted roasted barley and was at once 19 again, wet-haired beneath temple eaves. At a bend in the river, he saw boys skipping stones and remembered the clean arrogance of believing life was still waiting to become real. Passing a lacquerer's shop with trays drying in shade, he had to stop and place his hand on the doorpost because the scent of resin and oil entered him so directly he felt his father standing just behind his shoulder. That evening, he lodged in the home of a widow who rented a small room to travelers. She served millet porridge, pickled greens, and radish simmered long with ginger. The house creaked in familiar valleyways, softer than the mountain buildings, its walls carrying more household noises. A spoon set down, a jar opened, the scratch of someone mending clothes in the next room. The widow asked no impertinent questions. When she learned he had come from a mountain monastery, she only said, "Then you are accustomed to cold," and placed an extra quilt at his door. Sleep again came in fragments. This time he dreamed of Genyu, but not in the courtyard. The older monk was kneeling by a stream, washing bowls one by one. The water moved over his hands. He looked up and said, almost mildly annoyed, "If you are going to follow me all these years, at least carry the dry cloth." Sadin woke with tears cooling at his temples. On the third day, he reached the outskirts of his native valley. Nothing remained exactly as it had been. A bridge had been rebuilt in stone where old planks once bounced under cartwheels. The tea house roof no longer leaned. New houses stood where vegetable plots had been. The shrine beneath the ginkgo had a brighter painted gate and more ribbons tied to its rail. Children he did not know ran past him with the careless speed of those born into a world already repaired from previous generations' losses. And yet the valley held its old shape, the way an elderly face still holds the child it once contained. The river bent where it had always bent. The evening light still gathered gold above the reeds. Smoke still rose from cooking fires in thin, blue columns. Somewhere a woman called another home with the same long, carrying note valley women had used all his life. Sadin stood by the roadside and felt the ache of return. How it is never pure welcome, never pure grief, but a blending of both, so intimate that the body cannot tell whether to kneel or keep walking. He found the site of his father's house by memory more than by sight. The house itself was gone. In its place stood a newer structure with a deeper porch and a plum tree, not yet old enough to cast generous shade. A man splitting wood there told Sadhan that the original dwelling had been sold after the son went away to the temples. Flood damage years later had finished what neglect began. "Did you know the family?" the man asked. Sadhan looked at the woodpile, at the new porch, at a child's sandal left upside down near the step. "I knew the smell of the workshop," he said. The man, perhaps understanding that some questions do not deserve pursuit, bowed and offered him water. At dusk, Sadhan made his way toward the old temple of his youth. He found the lane first, then the stand of trees beside it, then the low wall partly rebuilt. His breath shortened. The gate remained, though repaired. The bell beam had been replaced. Moss still gathered in the shaded cracks of stone. For several moments he could not step through. Then, as evening insects began their high, thin music in the grass, he crossed the threshold. Chapter 6. What remained at the old temple. The temple was smaller than memory and deeper than it. A few outer buildings had changed. One side hall was new. The old storage shed was gone. The side garden where he and Genyu had once sat under rain-muted afternoons had been expanded and partly replanted. But the central courtyard remained recognizable in its proportions, and with recognition came the bodily knowledge he had feared most. Here the bowls had broken, here the novice had trembled. Here a sentence had been released and could never be gathered back whole. A younger priest greeted him with proper courtesy and led him to the guest room. Sadhan gave his monastic name and, after a pause, his valley birth name as well. The priest's face showed no reaction. "Many people have passed through these halls," he said. "Please rest. The head priest will speak with you after evening service." Rest was impossible, but Sadhin sat on the edge of the woven mat and listened to the temple sounds of another generation, a broom on stone, a novice whispering where silence should have been kept, the clink of bowls in the kitchen, a gate latch, lifting and falling. When the bell rang for evening chanting, the note entered him so abruptly, he had to press his thumb into his palm to steady himself. The head priest was a woman, perhaps in her 60s, broad-shouldered, with a shaved head and a face weathered into clarity rather than softness. Her name was Reverend Eakin. She invited him to sit beneath the corridor eaves where night air moved through the garden and carried the smell of damp earth. "I am told you once trained here," she said. "Yes." "Long ago?" "Yes." "And you have come back for a reason that is not tourism?" He exhaled. "Yes." There was no point in ornament. So Sadhan told the story. Not every year of waiting, not every dream, but the true shape of the wound, Genyu's care, his own pride, the broken bowls, the words spoken publicly, the chest pain that night, the death before dawn, the transfer, the decades of insomnia, the foolish hope that perhaps returning might allow him to ask forgiveness at last. Reverend Eakin listened without interruption. Once a moth struck the lamp glass and fell back into dark. Somewhere beyond the wall, a dog barked twice and was quiet. When Sadhan finished, his throat ached with the strain of having finally laid the whole bundle down in speech. The head priest folded her hands. "You have carried this for a long time," she said. "Yes, too long." He almost laughed, but it broke into something nearer a sob. "Then why did I not put it down?" She looked toward the garden stones silvered by moonlight. "Because some burdens become identity, because guilt can feel more loyal than healing, because if you stop hurting, you fear you are betraying the one you hurt." Sadhan lowered his head. "Do you know where Genyu's grave is?" he asked. "Yes." The word landed like a bell. She rose, took a lantern, and led him through the rear of the temple to a small cemetery behind a stand of cedar. The graves were modest, moss softened, their carved names worn by rain and seasons. Crickets sounded from the grass. The air smelled of stone cooling after day heat. She stopped before a marker with weathered characters. Master Genyu. No dramatic wind moved. No omen disturbed the night. The grave was simply there, as ordinary and final as all graves. Sadhan knelt. The lantern light shook slightly in Reverend Eakin's hand, or perhaps in his seeing. For a long time he could not speak. Then the words came, not beautiful, not ceremonial, but true. "Master," he whispered, "I spoke to you from pride. I wounded the novice. I dishonored your kindness. I used truth as a weapon because I wished to feel superior to mercy. And before I could bow rightly, you died. I have waited many years for you to forgive me. I do not know whether the dead hear. I do not know whether anything reaches across in the way the living imagine, but this is what should have been said." His voice thinned. "I am sorry." The apology entered the cedar dark and did not return. He knelt longer. He listened for some answer. An inner warmth, a sign, a loosening, anything. Nothing came. No answer, no verdict, no absolution. Only the ordinary night. Insects, lantern flame, the smell of moss. At last he bowed until his forehead touched earth. The ground was cool. When he rose, his face was wet. Reverend Eakin said quietly, "Come tomorrow morning. There is something else you should see." That night in the guest room, he did not sleep at all. Yet the wakefulness was changed. It no longer felt like standing outside a sealed door. It felt like sitting in an emptied room after all furniture has been removed, uncertain what the room is for now. At dawn, the head priest led him to a small archive room lined with wooden cabinets. The air smelled of paper, ink, and dust, warmed by first light. From one drawer, she withdrew a cloth packet wrapped around several notebooks. "These survived the flood," she said. "Temple records, donor lists, and some private journals." Genyu wrote irregularly, mostly weather, repairs, the illnesses of villagers, practical things. But there is an entry from the week before his death and one from the day of the bowls. Her finger rested on the bound pages. "I should not show private words lightly. But given why you came and given that the dead are not always served by secrecy, I will allow you to read them here." Saden's hands trembled as he opened the notebook. Genyu's handwriting was steady and plain. The earlier entry spoke of roof leaks, of a child recovering from fever, of the need to mend the west fence before snow. Then, near the bottom, one line. "Ren is earnest, but still confuses sharpness with honesty. Because he hates falseness, he does not yet see how pride can wear the face of truth." Saden closed his eyes briefly. He turned to the later entry. The ink there was slightly uneven. "Today in the courtyard, Saden wounded a novice while trying to defend care. The wound came from his own unrest, not from the broken bowl. I must speak with him if time allows. He is suffering from a hunger he mistakes for virtue." Then beneath it, in smaller script, "Important. He is not cruel at root, only afraid of being ordinary, and therefore afraid of love that asks nothing to prove itself." No line said, "I forgive him." No line said, "He has done no harm." No line erased what had happened. But the entry gave something else. Not absolution, but understanding. Accurate, sorrowful, spacious understanding. Saden read the lines again and again until the words blurred. "He did not absolve me," he said at last. Reverend Eakin, standing by the window, answered, "Perhaps he was writing as a teacher, not as a judge." Saden touched the page very lightly, not on the ink, only at the edge. "I wanted certainty." "Yes," she said, "most of us do. But the dead rarely leave us documents in the language of our fantasies." He gave a short, broken laugh through tears. Then Reverend Eakin added, "There is one more thing. The novice in the courtyard did not remain a novice. He became a priest. He lives now at a small temple 2 days east of here, near the reed marshes." Saden looked up sharply. "He is alive?" "Yes." "Does he remember?" She met his gaze. "You did not travel all this way to ask only easy questions." Chapter 7. The Temple by the Reeds. The road east ran lower and flatter than the mountain paths, through villages where ducks drowsed in ditches and reeds leaned over slow water. Wind moved differently there. It did not descend cold from stone. It slid across marsh and field, carrying mud, green things, and the distant sweetness of cut grass drying in sun. Sadhin traveled with a mind both sharpened and thinned by what he had read. He had not received the words he had imagined. Yet Genyu's notes had altered the landscape of his guilt. The older monk had seen him clearly, not as innocent, not as monstrous, but as frightened in a particular human way. That recognition did not excuse him. It did, however, interrupt the lonely mythology he had built around his own wrongdoing. By the second afternoon, he reached the reed country. Water flashed between stands of grass. White birds lifted lazily from the shallows. The temple he sought was small, nearly hidden among willow and reed. Its roof reflected in a narrow pond furred with green. A bell hung beneath a simple gate. The sound of someone chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. The resident priest who answered his knock was slight, middle-aged, and carried his right shoulder a little lower than the left, as though years had taught him to accommodate an old injury. His face was narrow, his eyes direct. A faint scar crossed one eyebrow. For a moment, neither man spoke. Then the priest said, "You have the look of the mountain temples." "Yes," Sadhin bowed. "I am Brother Sadhin." The other priest's expression changed almost invisibly at the name. Not surprise exactly, recognition entering old memory. "I was once called Toma," he said. The courtyard, the bowl, the tear-bright face, all of it moved through Sadhin at once. He bowed lower. "If I may," he said, "I have come very late with an apology." Toma regarded him for several quiet breaths. Reed leaves brushed one another at the edge of the pond. "At least you have come," he said at last. He led Sadhin to a bench beneath a willow. Tea was brought, plain and hot. Dragonflies crossed the water in quick blue strokes. From somewhere behind the kitchen came the small rhythmic thud of a knife on board, then silence as a novice presumably remembered the proper volume for temple work. Sadhin did not attempt strategy. Age had worn some vanity away, if not all. "I remember the day in the courtyard," he said. "I remember your face. I remember what I said. I have regretted it for many years." Toma folded his hands around the tea bowl. "I remember it too." The words were neither welcoming nor hostile, simply true. "I was proud," Sadhin said. "I dressed my anger as righteousness. I wounded you publicly. Then Master Genyu died before I could make amends. I left. For a long time I thought my suffering afterward was a kind of loyalty. But I see now it may also have been avoidance. Still, what I did remains what I did. So I ask plainly, I am sorry. If there is any repair possible, I would like to make it. A breeze moved the willow leaves in long silver-green ripples. Toma looked toward the pond instead of at him. "When I was young," he said, "your words struck me hard, not only because they were harsh, but because I half believed them. I was clumsy. I did make mistakes. I feared disappointing everyone." Hearing it spoken aloud by a senior monk felt like hearing a hidden verdict. Sadhan's chest tightened. Toma continued, "For several years I confused carefulness with worth. I became very useful and very tense. That was my part of the inheritance, the living version of what one moment can become if no one teaches you how to set it down." The quiet between them deepened. Sadhan bowed his head. "Then the harm was greater than I knew." "Yes." The single syllable was gentle. That made it sharper. After a while, Toma said, "But that is not the whole story." He turned then and met Sadhan's gaze. "Master Genyu spoke to me that same evening." Sadhan looked up. "He found me by the storehouse," Toma said. "I was pretending to work so no one would see me cry. He asked whether the bowl had hurt my hand. I said no. He asked whether your words had hurt my heart. I said yes. Then he said something I did not understand until years later." Toma's fingers loosened on the tea bowl as if releasing the memory gently. He said, "Do not build your house inside another person's unrest. It is too small and it burns easily." The reed wind moved across the pond. "He told me," Toma said, "that what came from you that afternoon belonged partly to me because I had dropped the bowls, but mostly to suffering in you that had not yet learned how to bow. He told me not to let your confusion become my name." Sadhan felt tears rise again, almost from exhaustion. "Did he stopped." Toma waited. "Did he speak of me with anger?" The other priest gave a faint, sad smile. "No. Concern, yes. Weariness, perhaps. But not anger. He loved you too much for the sort of anger you fear." The words should have relieved him. Instead, they opened a quieter ache. "So he had already forgiven me," Sadhan said. Toma shook his head slightly. "I do not know that. I was not inside his heart. And perhaps this is still your old habit, trying to secure a final stamp, a sealed answer." Sadhan let out a breath that was nearly a laugh at being caught so precisely. Toma went on, "What I know is this. He did not reduce you to your worst moment. He did not reduce me to my most frightened one either." They sat for a while with that. A novice came to ask whether more water should be boiled. Toma answered yes. The novice bowed and left. Somewhere a fish broke the pond surface and vanished. At length Toma said, "You asked whether repair is possible. It is, but not by undoing. Nothing undoes. There is only what we carry forward differently." "How?" Sadhan asked. Toma considered. "Stay tonight. Join evening chanting. Tomorrow help the novices with kitchen work, not as a master from the mountain, but as another pair of hands. You once broke something in a courtyard where I was young. Help build calm in a courtyard where others are young now. Sadhan bowed so low his forehead nearly touched his knees. I will. That evening, the temple by the reeds entered him gently. Its rhythms were smaller than the mountain monasteries, more domestic, almost porous to village life. Frogs began before sunset. The pond held the last light. Kitchen steam rose fragrant with ginger and soy. A novice with freckles forgot a chant line and blushed scarlet. Another carried kindling too fast and dropped half of it, then glanced in terror toward Toma, who only nodded toward the woodpile, as if to say, simply begin again. Sadhin chopped vegetables, washed rice, carried water, and later stood enchanting with voices he did not know, their cadence slightly different from the mountain version, softer at the ends of lines. That night, sleeping in a narrow guest room with reed shadows brushing the paper screens, he felt neither absolved nor condemned. He felt tired. It was a humble feeling, almost a blessed one. Near dawn, while frogs quieted and birds had not yet begun, sleep took him deeply enough that he dreamed nothing at all. When he woke, there was light in the room and a novice sweeping outside. For several breaths, he did not understand what had happened. Then he understood only this much. The body had slept without permission from the court he had imagined inside himself. He did not turn it into revelation. He had spent too many years doing that sort of thing. He rose, folded his blanket, and went to the kitchen. The morning passed in ordinary work. One novice burned the first millet. Another overfilled the kettle. Sadhan showed them how to hold the ladle lower, how to move more slowly around wet stone, how to stack bowls without inviting their own collapse. When a boy dropped a spoon and froze, expecting reproach, Sadhan only said, "Metal survives embarrassment better than people do. Pick it up and rinse it again." The boy smiled in relief. Toma observed from the doorway, without comment. After the noon meal, Sadhin prepared to leave. At the gate, he turned to Toma. "There is something I do not know how to ask," he said. "Then ask badly," Toma replied. Sadhin nodded. "Do you forgive me?" The reed wind moved between them. Toma's expression did not harden, nor did it melt into the easy mercy Sadhan's younger self might have craved. "I have done much of that work already," Toma said. "Not for your sake only, for my own freedom. But forgiveness is not a single coin. One person hands, another, and then the transaction is complete. Some days the heart gives it, some days it must begin again. If you need a perfect answer, I cannot give one. If you need to know whether I wish you well, I do." Sadhan received this as one receives clear water, without decoration, with both hands. He bowed. "Thank you." Toma returned the bow. "Go sleep where you can, brother." Chapter 8. The Night Without a Verdict. The road back to the mountain seemed shorter, though not easier. Return rarely is. Sadin carried no grand conclusion with him, only changed textures of understanding. The grave had given him a place to speak without receiving an answer. The journal had given him understanding without absolution. Toma had given him the living practice of unfinished forgiveness. The past remained the past. Bowl broken, words spoken, harm real. And yet something essential had loosened. He had apologized where apology could still be offered. He had heard how the wound traveled. He had seen that his years of suffering, though sincere, had not themselves been repair. They had often been waiting disguised as devotion. As he climbed, the mountain air cooled again. Pines replaced reeds. Stone replaced mud. The path steepened. His knees complained. His breath shortened. Once he stopped to drink from a spring and saw his reflection shiver in the water. A thin monk, older than he felt inside, face lined by weather and wakefulness, eyes still carrying too much history, yet no longer staring toward only one vanished door. At dusk on the second day, the monastery roof appeared through trees. A novice at the gate spotted him and ran off, forgetting dignity in the delight of useful news. By the time Sadin entered the courtyard, the kitchen smoke was already rising, and Master Jinan stood near the basin, as if he had merely stepped out for air. "You found your road back," the abbot said. "For now." Master Jinan looked at his face for a moment. "Did you find forgiveness?" Sadin set down his bundle. The bamboo pipe filled and tipped, striking stone. "I found graves," he said. "A journal. A man who had become older than my memory of him. I found that the heart prefers a single dramatic answer, but life gives smaller ones." The abbot nodded as if this were unsurprising. "And sleep?" Sadin almost smiled. "It visited me twice when I stopped demanding testimony." "Ah," said Master Jinan, "a shy guest." That night, Sadin returned to the sleeping hall. Nothing about it had changed. The cedar beams remained, the mats remained. A novice near the far wall still snored in tiny bursts like a puzzled animal. Moonlight still laid its pale shape near the door. He folded his robe, lay down, and rested one hand over the other at his belly. The old habit stirred at once. Is this the night? Will peace come now? Has the debt been settled enough? What did Toma mean by someday it must begin again? What if tomorrow wakefulness returns as before? He recognized the mind, and, for the first time in many years, did not follow it all the way down. Outside, pine branches moved against one another with a dry hush. Somewhere a vessel cooled in the kitchen, and gave a small metal tick. A night insect rasped briefly beneath the floorboards. Sodden followed one breath in, one breath out. He did not try to make the breath holy. He did not place it before Genyu like evidence. He did not offer it to Toma, nor to the years behind him, nor to some imagined tribunal within. He simply breathed. Memory still came, but altered. The courtyard of long ago appeared, yes, but now also Genyu's hands gathering broken lacquer with care. The old line from the journal returned. He is not cruel at root. Toma's voice crossed it gently. Do not build your house inside another person's unrest. Master Jinan's dry mountain wisdom joined them. The journey is not toward certainty, it is toward honesty. These were not verdicts, they were companions. His body, which had spent so long braced against judgment, seemed not to trust them at first. Shoulders eased, then tightened, then eased again. The jaw unclenched and remembered its old clenching. The chest loosened by degrees, as ice lets go of a river, not all at once, but in patient cracks beneath the visible surface. Sodden understood then, dimly and without any triumph, that perhaps forgiveness was never the dramatic gate he had imagined. Perhaps sometimes it was only this: no longer forcing pain to remain awake in order to prove love, no longer keeping vigil beside an old wound, as though leaving it unattended would be betrayal, no longer demanding that the dead perform one final kindness before the living are allowed to continue. The thought did not shine. It settled. He listened to the hall breathing around him, a novice turned over in sleep. Blanket whispering. The moon moved a little farther across the floor. The bamboo tipped and knocked in the courtyard, hollow and steady, as it had on the night the abbot first named the road back. Sodden placed one palm lightly on his chest, feeling the modest labor of the heart that had carried him through pride, grief, exile, discipline, waiting, return. Master, he said inwardly, though not with urgency now, I am still learning how to bow. Then he let even that sentence go. Whether sleep came quickly or slowly, no one could have said. The hall remained dark. The mountain remained vast. The past remained written. The future remained unwritten. And somewhere between those two, under cedar beams and moon-washed quiet, a monk who had waited most of his life for a perfect forgiveness finally stopped listening for footsteps at the gate. The night held him without explanation, and that, for the moment, was enough. And now as this story comes to rest, you can let its lesson rest with you too. The monk went back to the grave and received no answer. He opened the journal and found not absolution, but understanding. He stood before Toma and learned that forgiveness in a human life is not always a single moment of closure. Sometimes it is partial, sometimes it is quiet, sometimes it must be lived, not declared. And perhaps that is why, at the end of the night, he was finally able to soften, not because the past had been erased, not because every wound had been neatly resolved, but because his heart was no longer standing at the old gate, listening for a perfect sentence from the dark. So if there is something in your own life that remains unfinished, you do not have to finish it tonight. If there is a question that has never been answered, you do not have to force an answer before sleep comes. Let the mind loosen. Let the body grow heavy. Let the old gate close for now. And if peace comes, let it come quietly. Rest well. Good night.